Duty calls.
So apparently there was a new interview, or snippet from an interview with Ff7 and I just glanced at a really big excerpt. So shout out to Rayhan Khan on Twitter for sending me this, and I think it's again another one of those type emoji translation things. So I just kind of glanced at it on my phone, so I'm gonna pull it up. We'll read through the transcription and see what it says. Apparently some people are talking about this. Alright, so it starts with Hamaguchi. I'll just read the whole thing here. Hamaguchi says, creating Final Fantasy VII Remake, we decided to have the entire game take place in Midgard, and we created a realistic world within Midgard. For example, in the original game, you didn't really have a sense of what it would look like to gaze up at the plane from the viewpoint of the slums, which that was actually an amazing shot. That was one of the moments in the game where I was like, oh my god, it was great. But in part 2, we want to take that type of detail and allow users to experience how they experience Midgard in the remake, but with the rest of the world. Hino, the MC, that's the person doing the interview. Are you referring to the world outside of Midgard, right? Or you are referring to the world outside of Midgard, right? Hamaguchi says that's correct. Unfortunately, that's all I can reveal about part 2 right now. Tase goes on to add, those who played the original game probably know what happens in the story and are curious as to what will happen now. However, because they know the story, this gives us the opportunity to deliver them something they expect that allows them to think, oh, so this is what actually happened. Yet also show them something that not only surprises, but also goes beyond their expectations. That's interesting. So if he's saying they know the story, this gives us the opportunity to look at it something they expect to think, oh, so this is what actually happened. Huh. So is he saying with that line that they're going to be creating multiple undertones to the things that did happen in the story. That could be a translation thing. I'm going to think right now that might be a translation thing, because if that's true, that would entail, to me, the way I interpret that is that would imply that they're going to keep a lot of plot points the same, but add a lot of subtle layers underneath of them, which is what we talked about, right? We've talked about that. I'll continue reading. We'll talk about this when it all finishes up. Because we have the original game already. Expectations. Okay. Because we have the original game already, if we can express these elements well, it can turn into something that users can definitely look forward to. We did this in part 1 too. Let's just say it as well. We did this in part 1 as well. For those who played part 1, they already have an idea of what kind of game we are making. We want to create a game that lives up to their expectations, but also throws them off in a good way. Okay, we'll stop right there real quick. I'll just say, I feel like he's saying they are going to maintain the pivotal plot moments. Okay, so this should please everybody, right? And I think that's what he's trying to do in this interview. I think he's trying to, keep the audience who really enjoyed the game, like myself and a lot of you, hyped. And I think he's also trying to reassure the audience who weren't happy with some of the changes they made at the end of the game that a lot is going to stay intact. That's how I'm interpreting this, right? I feel like he's trying to play that in between. But I feel like, and I'm going to keep reading the rest of it, I'm just interjecting my thoughts as we go. I feel like they've done this before, right? I feel like they have tried to please, but they shouldn't do that. They should be strong and be like, this is the direction we're going. Please be excited. They always do. I feel like what they've been doing, I feel like why the fan base is so torn is because when they do these interviews, it's like they're trying to please everybody in these interviews, and to a point now where that's not possible, right? People that hardcore had a problem with the first Final Fantasy VII Remake game. I think they don't trust them, right? I enjoyed it. You all know I love the game, and I think it's great, but there are those who have problems with it, and their problems are justified, right? I mean, they feel strongly about what they're doing, these Square Enix people, what they're trying to do is they're trying to reassure everyone that the game they want is being made. And I don't think that's true, and I don't think they should keep doing that, right? Anyway, we'll continue reading. MC says, in Final Fantasy 13, a lot of the map consisted of a set pathway, but during the latter half of the game, it opens up to a large field map. I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that aspect, and I hope that something like that happens for part 2. Everyone, look at this part here. Everyone laughs. I'm laughing too, That's what I hated about 13. That's what I hated about it. It didn't feel like Final Fantasy. Even 12 had huge, massive zones that you could go to that kind of were the world map. Final Fantasy 13, the first half of the game, is damn near on rails. It's damn near too linear to be a Final Fantasy game. It's almost like a platforming action game. No, Hino. No, Hino. No. I'm glad Hino's not in the development room on this shit. Gucci says, I'll take note of that. That's what I would have said too. I'll make a note of that. Hino says, right, okay, right. I think Hino's like, I know I'm one of the few that like that. Okay, moving on. Oh, Gucci says, I gotta get a laugh on that. While I can't really say about the details of part 2, while I can't really talk about them. Okay, so some of the translation, that's why I'm stumbling over some of the words. Some of the translation seems a little bit rocky for points, so I've had to stop and make sure I read it right. And that's how it's translated. Okay, so while I can't really talk about the details in part 2, there was an interesting change internally among the staff. when we were creating part one, most of the staff who wanted to join our team were fans of the original game. However, right now, the new staff who want to work on the game are those who played the remake and would like to be on board with part two specifically. It's cool to see this new wave. That's interesting. Because, they changed the staff from fans of the original Final Fantasy VII, and they changed it to fans of the remake game. That, unless it's a COVID thing, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Because the fans of the first staff you had made remake. Like, they made remake. You know what I mean? I don't know. There might be something more to that. So this confirms that they're well into development. They've got their whole team working on it, so that's good. We already knew about that. Hino says, for those who like the original game, do they have any specific thoughts on the development? Hamaguchi says, a word that pops into mind is action path. They experienced a new type of action battle system and they want to contribute to the system too. That's the key word that comes to mind. Okay, so they don't need to touch the battle system, right? They don't, like, when you bring in Vincent and Yuffie and Red 13, they are going to handle, well, Yuffie's not going to handle differently, right? She's going to be like a Tifa, right? Except she can throw shit, right? She's going to be like Tifa. She'll be more spry, but she's going to be like Tifa. Maybe a little more agile, and she can throw shit. Now, that's the difference, right? Vincent is not like any character in... the game. Red 13 is not like any character in the game. They will have to handle completely different, right? Vince is like a nocturnal experiment vampire kind of guy, and Red 13 is Red 13. Nanaki is going to handle totally different than everybody else. So, other than that, unless they're talking about making changes for those characters, they need to leave the action, the battle system alone. Hino says, so perhaps those staff's thoughts might help people on the action battle system. Hamaguchi says they definitely contribute different ideas that allows us to hopefully create new surprises to the battle system as well. Alright, so that's some interesting stuff. I'm sure, like, all the stuff with, you know, the open world, and that's the big point of contention with everybody right now. It's like, how's the open world going to work? I have been on record to say, and I still am, if you give me huge zones, like a Star Ocean, like, which one was it, Till the End of Time, I love the way that the Tales games, I think, do it really well. But I think you still need a big world map to be able to traverse and get to those zones, right? And that kind of has an old school feel to it. I like that. I don't have a problem with that. If you're trying to create like a full world, like you're trying to do The Witcher or something like that, we're not getting that with this. I think people need to temper their expectations on that. Square doesn't do that. We are not getting a Witcher, a Elder Scrolls, Skyrim map. I don't think we're getting that. I think we're getting zones, and you'll be able to they will have a world map. They will map out the entire world, so you can travel around with the Highwind, with the tiny Bronco, even the submarine, and you can go to these different places. But I don't have any expectation of seeing like a Witcher or like a Skyrim kind of map at all. If they do it, I hope they do. But they're talking about doing these smaller chunk type games. I don't think we're gonna get zones, and we're gonna get, as each game comes out, we're gonna be able to put the zones together on the map and travel around. But That is interesting. That kind of took this battle system, leave the battle system alone, and just focus on updating, tweaking things for the new characters that are coming in. The Naki, Vincent, or Red 13. If you haven't played the original, no spoiler there. Red 13 and Vincent. Yuffie, I think she's gonna play like Tifa, a little bit quicker. She's gonna be a little bit more jumpy, and she can throw stuff. That's it. That's the only difference I think there'll be from her and Tifa. I also think that they need to, like I talked about when I was reading it, they need to stop trying to say we're going to please everybody. And I think at this point, I don't think you can. I hope they can. I would love for the community to come together on this and just everybody have a good time playing. That would be my expectation. Let's all have a good time playing it. Let's all have fun. Let's all have fun speculating. Everybody's got all these cool different theories, theory crafting, and like I do here, and people like Sleep Easy and Final Fantasy Peasant and people like that. They all have like all these other different theories, these crazy wild theories, and we're all different, and it's all cool. But there are some people that just don't like the direction this game is going. And that's fine too. But Square Enix has to stop saying we're going to please those people too. Because when they say that, and then when this game comes out, and then if they don't please those people, then they've lost them. They've not only lost them for Final Fantasy VII, they might lose them for other Square Enix games coming out. All I want them to do is say, you saw the direction we're going with the remake story, and they do say this. They say it's a completely new thing. We're going to show you some different...
Alright guys, back for another Dokkan Battle video. So I'm streaming over here on Ff7 Gaming, and someone in chat had a funny idea. Do a react to comments video. And it's like, sure, today's the first day of the 6th year anniversary. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the people have got to say. So we'll just kind of have a little bit of fun here. We'll see if there's anything ridiculous or if there's anything. Usually I only do this for like a really like controversial video or anything like that. But yeah, it's the first day of the 6th year anniversary and it seems pretty good to me. So all right, let's see. Banning and going to Piccolo doing 4+ million without support. Crazy good for just banning units. Yes. Universe 7 did get major buffs. Okay. Dual Dokkan Fest transforming Goku and LRBY transforming Vegeta. Yeah, I mean, I guess they could do like a base Goku and base Vegeta that transforms. Certainly could happen. Completely shafted by Super Saiyan 4 Goku. That's unfortunate. 4 Dokkan Fest LR's HP, I think you'll 7. Okay, we'll give you a heart for there. How to download Dokkan. I'm pretty bad with this type of stuff. Like, I remember when I first downloaded JP Dokkan on iOS, it was a huge pain in the ass. So I'm usually not the best guy when it comes to this stuff. I'm gonna tell Goresh to make a tutorial. Goresh can make it. Let's see. Tech Gohan is better than these. What? I assume it means LR Tech Gohan is better than Vegeta? In case people are unaware, why don't I just quickly pull up the Dokkan Wiki real fast. So there's, I think one thing a lot of people are not really understanding with Vegeta and Goku, and that is their super attack effects, right? So when you do Vegeta's 12-key super attack, you get a 50% chance to crit for that turn. When you do Vegeta's 18-key super attack, you get a 50% chance to crit for that turn. So if you do 2 super attacks, you have a 100% chance to crit on that turn. So then, like, at the second you do a second super with this guy, 100% chance to crit. And then the third attack would be 100% chance to crit as well. These are the best 2 units in the game by far. Easily. For the higher difficulty, maybe have the last Dokkan event be as strong as you had Goku during Goku event. Okay, so for Dokkan events, I would say that I do think what we need is for them to add a new stage to each Dokkan event, but I don't know that they specifically have to be harder. I think Dokkan event stages are probably a fine difficulty for like a lot of players, but maybe add another phase to them could be very, very good. How can I afford to be a whale in Dokkan and other gacha games? I'm gonna say... I will directly answer him right here. Watch this. Check this out. Through my job. There we go. Alright, let's continue. There's a shaft that 700 stones, didn't get one. Then you farmed for 150 stones, and you didn't get it. Yeah, I mean, 850 stones would definitely be a shaft. I certainly agree. But do not worry. You are going to get hundreds of stones. Nan on the corner, yes. Alright, lads, watch out, because this is...
We need to go. Eric!
What the? Come on. What? You want to go?
This child's a friend.
So what the hell is it?
A fascinating question.
Did it just talk?
You asked what it is. I am that which you see. Nothing more. I'd appreciate it if we simply left it at that. Agreed.
13?
Red 13. The designation given to me by her.
It's hideous, man. I gotta touch that shit. Like when you grapple me by facing your chest and shit. That's terrible. Cover your forehead, it's so big, bro. Alright. Oh! I thought the respect was coming. Alright. The beatdown's about to come. Come on, bro. Fucking get him. Fucking get him. We're waiting. Tired of shit, boy. Get your man. So tired of shit. Retard. Not my president. What? Get out of my way, Russ.
Together we will
What?
reach
But... nothing coming. Ain't nothing coming. There ain't nothing coming. Back up. No. Get out of here. Oh shit, get out. Get out. No. Oh man, with the damn one. Get the fuck off of me. Oh! Oh man! Come get him! Shit, man!
You know,
You want
I
the
think
fire,
we might be
baby?
due for some R&R.
That shit. Next this kid, man.
What are we going to do about Sector 7?
We are going to do nothing.
Ooh, that was a good kick, bro. Stop!
Been thinking.
Stop!
Necessary?
Had we refused, someone else would have completed the task. We have spared that someone the burden.
No, I want to go on the ground.
Perhaps that one is yours.
Get him! Come get your man! Come get him!
Let's try another tack then. They were a sacrifice to balance the scales.
Say what?
After everything we'd taken from the planet, we were due to give something back.
Do you actually believe that?
Does it matter? Yes. Understood. The VP needs us.
Oh! Shit! Back up! Back up!
Oh, thank goodness. You're awake.
Tired as shit, man. I just want to go home. Oh my god.
Where I lived when I was still a child.
That was wide open.
That was wild. That was wild.
Tired as shit, man. I just want to go home. Oh my god. That was wide open. God. All right, bro. Oh! All right.
My mom and I stayed here years ago when I was just a little girl. The room looks exactly the same.
10 seconds, bro. I'm trying to finish this.
Every morning, they'd come and take my mom away.
All right, man.
My room.
Eric, before we break out of here, talk to us. There's so much we don't know.
Go!
I'm a descendant of the ancients. That's what I changed. you know, that's not their actual name. They call themselves the Ff7.
We who were born of the planet
Shit.
with her
It's gonna be
whisper,
dangerous.
her flesh we shape.
Don't let my head recover.
Unto her promised land shall we one day return.
Ooh, okay.
By her loving grace and providence,
Don't let my
may
head
we take
recover.
our place in paradise.
You know,
Yeah, well, honestly, I thought that part was just a fairy tale.
Shinra thinks it's true. They've been searching for the promised land for a long time.
Oh, my nose.
And they must think you can lead them to it. Can you?
Oh,
Nope.
alright.
Someday, maybe.
My stamina's fucking getting destroyed.
But now, not even if I wanted to.
Even if you couldn't hold the roads to the... I mean, to you and your people. Shinra's after it because they believe it's rich in Mako. Mako they have no right to claim. But they'll try to take it any way but go. Greedy bastards will never stop. Okay, new plan. Y'all take Aaron and get the hell out of here. Me, I'm gonna go bust some Shinra heads.
Barrett, wait. You can't do that.
Come on, bro. What?
Oh, great. These assholes again. Probably some Shinra science experiment.
Whispers.
Oh! Oh!
Perhaps just disguised as arbiters of fate.
Oh!
They enjoy those who attempt to alter destiny's course and ensure they do not.
Like capital D? Destiny?
The flow of the great river that is the planet, from inception to oblivion.
And you're saying that that flow is somehow fixed?
Yes, for it is the will of the planet itself.
So if we're destined for a bleak future, these whispers will try to keep us on that course? Now wait just a damn minute. How in the hell can you possibly know any of that? Spouting that cryptic stuff, which could all be bullshit. I mean, ain't you a Shinra lab rat, dog?
I'm not a rat dog. When Aerith reached out to me, I found this knowledge of the Whispers.
Listen to me. Please.
Aerith.
The Shinra Electric Power Company isn't the real enemy. It started with them, sure, but I promise you, there's a much bigger threat. I just want to do everything in my power to help. All of you. And the planet. Aerith, what are you not telling us? I'm lost in a maze. Every step is taking me further from the path. Every time whispers touch me, I lose something, a part of myself. Follow them, and know the ours. It's okay. We'll find a way out together. Okay.
Weird.
my innocence, and that is something I will never be able to get back. Something so precious that was created by God with years of intentions is completely devalued right here. It feels sick just thinking about it. The little girl who called his favorite fierce line man is attacked as they come. But thanks to the Lord, I will never be deprived by him again, and I will also never let him win. I will not take my own life, I am going to take it back. But I will never get back those years of suffering. I want my peace back. The me I was before you, I want to be yours again. Mary, it feels so special. I look up to you so much. You were the best in your field. To the doctors, praying for your deliverance. I want to be just like you. I want to feel the countless secrets and experiences. I want to be in a savage relationship with me. My picture was a thank you, with a thank you note was added to the wall. This I got from your parents. It was this month's special visits. You're so familiar. Maybe it's every other visit. I remember the day we told he's out for me. We wrote signatures on it. It brought tears to my eyes. I never just been told it yet again. I sit to the sidelines, being champion of the gift I truly treasure. It hung in a shot of us on the wall for years. You used your powers and was you were listening to our prayer. You were listening to our yet you was like a little us. I did not want to admit that you betrayed and deceived me. I still believe that you would consider me. How could I have been so naive? How could a person that I thought was so genuine, kind, caring, be in fact honest? I would never understand. But God realized that I wanted to live in me. I believe in forgiveness, Mary. You and I are friends. We make mistakes. Although you have hurt me, I want to forgive you. I feel closer. I feel closer. I like you. I want you to apologize to me right here. I want to forgive you, but I also want to hear you tell me that you forgot all of your thoughts. The USA Statistics, the United States Olympic Committee, Michigan State University, and John Gabbard. I have one thing to say to you. Don't you ever let this happen. Very dramatic day in court as a young man learned his fate. He beat his girlfriend's little boy to death because he wouldn't stop crying. Frank Muller has the last two sentences for his hearing. Teresa A. was a intense and sentencing. Formal his time with family and friends before the defendant for the shoemaker and his family. Since the case was called, the shoemaker walked to the courtroom and started crying. One half of the side was. John Shoemaker walked into a state Supreme Court in his case. Guns and his mother and the whole even forceful for what he did. Shoemaker was sentenced Friday to 23-month-old Austin Smith last March. The sentence was given down. Shoemaker, his defense attorney, wanted him to be sentenced 15 years to life.
Hello? Okay, what's up? Alright, how you doing? It was so fun. got this was someone earlier compared to this morning. Like out of nowhere, there was like 2 inches. And I was like, what the hell? Yeah, it's all fucked up. Good thing I'm off. Yeah, I do. Gotta check my test results online. Maybe at the end today, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, because apparently places are closed tomorrow, even the DMV and all these other places. And I think it's not. That's not. It's not always something that I don't know. It's tomorrow. I'll call. But, yeah, maybe it'll just line down. Maybe find some music. I'm gonna take, every time I wake up, I have to take a bath. I always sweat through my clothes. I always take a shower when I wake up. But yeah, sometimes I sweat through my clothes. That's just a regular thing. You know, I mean, you do it too. Yeah, yeah, that and nothing, man. But that's pretty much it. You have dinner? Oh man, that sounds good. I'm really, yeah, that's what I'm really mad. Yeah, I got a pot of white rice over here. Yeah, it's like that. Throw the sweet and spicy on there or whatever, the soy sauce, whatever you have to do. I don't know, it's so cool. It's in the rice too, kind of. Like I got asking on it. Yeah, it's same thing. I had rice with chicken on top of it. It was pretty good. Carrots, peas, all that kind of stuff in the chicken. And then just plain white rice. They probably just did it more with the rice. I think that's why I fell asleep. And the big bowl of fucking rice and chicken. I mean, those roast beef all eat. Yeah. Yeah, or there's something like it, but it is. Yeah, it's not bad. Just had some, this Cold Stone creamery cream for coffee. And blended it in the blender and had it iced so that the ice cream cool with ice cream coffee. And it was good. Yeah, it was pretty good. And, yeah, kinda. Wish I would have had whipped cream. Literally make a cappuccino. We barely ever use whipped cream, so I don't know, maybe if like I got a jar of cool for it, I would have been good too. Because I got the milk bottle too on the coffee machine in the kitchen. You know, frothing. Yeah, mixed with the milk like all bubbly. That'd be alright too. I just like putting the ice in there so when the blender crushes it up so the whole thing's icy and cold and not like watered down. You know? I'm gonna make another one too. I don't know. Yeah, it looks pretty good. No, what? No, I don't know. I'll just call out every day. Pop it, I'll fix it. Otherwise, keep doing the same. Call it. come off all the time. It's all the same. It's not like they get bored. Yeah, but I don't want to. I mean, I'll have to listen to it. It probably says I'm going to do that. It's all the same. Yeah. And, yeah, I'm off to it. That's good. Yeah, I'm going to call out, probably going to take a few minutes. It's a big deal, 2 minutes of my time to make sure I'm covered. Kind of like waking up a light thing. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, then I got it. That's it. Alright, then. Talk to you guys tomorrow, okay? Yeah, why? I don't know, yeah. I just... Oh. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'll check it tomorrow. I'll stay later. Yeah. Oh, Mom already did. Yeah, she put stuff down. Yeah. But, I just gotta see what happens in the morning. Alright, good. Love you. Have a good night. Bye.
car theft to dealing heroin. The DA's office could have gone for more time for Miranda Gilbert, who's being tried her for the actual shooting, but chose not to.
There you are. Rick, what are you doing, man? Hey, guys, long time no see. Where?
You're here?
You shouldn't be up and moving. I'm feeling much better thanks to Elmira's cooking. That's not what I wanted to talk to you about. Listen, any moment now.
What was that? An explosion?
We're just running the show this time. We're raising funds to try and find out the violence. This complicates matters. An explosion just now put the whole building on high alert.
So no one is actually here?
No need to panic, little lady. See? You can still go freely within Hotel's laboratory. Find a way to the room and ask for a shot from the long-term statue. HQ? I doubt it. Not after all the shit. I asked them really nice things. Like super nice things.
Thanks, Wedge.
Just get to the room, okay? I'm gonna still chew him out for lately.
A 15-year-old girl remains held behind bars tonight on murder charges.
With a smile on her face, Emily Arroyo was arraigned as an adult today, accused of stabbing a woman to death.
Police say 68-year-old Ana Vasquez was stabbed upwards of 20 times inside a Johnson Street apartment last night.
Eyewitness News reporter Alexandra Leslie was in court for today's arraignment. Alex, this was a bit of an unusual court appearance, right?
That's right. Well, Heavenly Arroyo, the 15-year-old, was tried as an adult in court today, which is why cameras were allowed inside. But when she appeared in court, she was smiling and thanked the judge. Her attorney told us she didn't seem to realize how serious this was.
Heavenly Arroyo?
That's me. Court documents show a teenage girl is accused of stabbing a 68-year-old Fall River woman.
Oh, it's 20 times.
The Bristol County District Attorney's Office identified the victim as Ana Vasquez. Her accused killer is named Heavenly Arroyo. The defense attorney says she was allegedly staying at Vasquez's apartment for the past couple of days.
Anyway, we gotta get to the room.
They say it was Arroyo. She found her on the 4th floor. Later, she told police she saw a masked man right behind the complex. All about this came in a different picture.
Was it this way?
Zona still lingers.
There was something in the trash over there, and there were cops up there. And they don't know you can't put anything
Back in court, Arroyo was held without bail. For attorney,
Stinks in here.
Look, she was charged as an adult for three Heavenly Arroyo was charged as an adult for the murder of Vasquez. Prosecutors say she stabbed her upwards of 20 times. The document shows she said it like sorry. She smiled and said thank you to the judge.
shows other evidence linking the report to the scene. That's where the failure of internet conflict. A friend of ours who was in the court case for being on children's face. She tells us how to everybody that met her.
Hojo's treasure. Shinju's dark secret. But I want you to run it all down. We need to get to the root. I better hurry. Test subject pods? Guess I can use these.
Let's go over all the weapons in the Final Fantasy VII Remake and especially talk about the ones that you can easily miss if you do not pay attention. So a like on the video would be super appreciated, and let's go. Overall the weapon, let's go over some are also obtainable in weapon shops, and as said before in other videos, you want to keep checking those same shops in later chapters for an upgraded inventory that will sometimes contain new weapons as well. I want to talk about a few weapons though that you can easily miss, but that will be a little later in the video. Let's first start with Barrett and his arsenal. He of course starts with the Gatling gun and his focus shot. Reveals some nice.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Primal Liquid, bringing you guys another weapon location guide for the Final Fantasy VII Remake. However, guys, right now I have a special weapon because I'm going to show you guys how to get the best weapon for Cloud. Now, not only is this a decent weapon in terms of damage and life while stats in general and materia slots, it has a downright amazing ability. This ability is so amazing for hard mode, like seriously, it is so hard to stress how good this ability actually is. I am talking about the Twin Stinger weapon. So, let's get into how to actually get this weapon, shall we? Now, to avoid spoilers, I'm not going to mention the chapter. What I will say, however, is you will be in the drum. If you don't know where this is, then you are not far enough in the story to get this anyway, so do not worry about this weapon for now. So, once you get to the drum, you will move along as a Cloud, basically. You need to keep going until you find Red, and then once you have Red, you need to continue on the path until you meet up with Barrett. Now, once you have Barrett in your party again, proceed out through the door where a little cutscene will play where the door automatically shuts behind you. When that door shuts, look to the left and there will be a set of stairs with a small, slightly hidden chest just next to them.
trace.
After court documents showed that Proud Boys organizer Enrique Tarrio had previously worked as an FBI informant, he took to Telegram to offer an explanation, insisting that he is no longer a snitch, okay? And in fact, he did not help snitch on other people. He was just clarifying his role in some stuff that he was involved in. Now, of course, that's not true. There are court transcripts that make it abundantly clear that he was working with the feds to help, prosecute marijuana growers and smugglers who were trying to get people across the border. And so I want to give you a little excerpt of what he had to say on Telegram to try to cover his past as an informant. He says, the article sensationalizes the fact that in this case there was some heavy cooperating. No, it actually makes it clear that you were cooperating. There was lots of heavy cooperating. I have addressed this before in podcasts and other interviews I have done. My case had multiple defendants that were and are still friends, minus one that recently passed away. We worked with the prosecutor to tell her the details about all of our roles. Now, that's not true because his involvement in helping the feds prosecute and convict others led to his sentence getting reduced by several months. But it doesn't matter what he had to say, guys, because the response by his Proud Boy friends didn't really seem to buy it, right? They say in one case, only a snitch would write a 10-paragraph post saying they're not a snitch. This snitch worked with the feds. This phony traitor should step down. Step down from what, guys? Step down from what? Like, you guys are all clowns, every one of them. Like, he should step down from this fine establishment. Like, step down from you guys are
Yes, this throne of diarrhea. I'm sorry, but that's what it is.
This sounds like a horrible episode of Sons of Anarchy where, right? It's like, step down from what? Like, and then the fact that they use the word snitch over and over again is just so, 2002, gangster movie. I love this. But once a rat, always a rat. Now, according to what people were tweeting, that this man is definitely an informant. He's playing you all with somebody else. He used snitch. No matter how way you want to cut it or how way you try to make it beautiful and pretty, it is what it is.
Yeah, we're the actual white supremacists. We're not playing you at all. We're not telling you that you should blame people of color and Jews for all your problems and Democrats. No. We're not using you at all, Proud Boys. Anyway, Proud Boy feels shame. Shame boy now. Enrique's story is fascinating to me because when I first saw it, the headline, you assume, oh, great. So he was snitching on Proud Boys in the service of trying to expose white supremacy and trying to help to root it out. That's what the feds were using him for. No. They were using him to go after underground marijuana farms. Cool.
Bad boys.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and this is what we know of the Trump administration, actually, is that they ramped up all of this. They ramped down anything that had to do with domestic terrorism or homegrown terrorism and far-right extremism. And they ramped up things like going after wheat farms. Cool. And I think it speaks to so much more than just the Proud Boys, and it's funny that they're all whining now, but like it speaks really to the failure of the FBI and the failures and the ways in which they choose and pick informants, often who have criminal records, often who are actually poor, who are not doing well in life. They often offer them money to do things like entrap people for different kinds of crimes. And then it also speaks to the crossover between, if they knew he was in the Proud Boys and was leading violence against Black Lives Matter demonstrators and against the election results, like if they knew that, why did they still get through in the Capitol? Why did that happen? So it's such a story that like tells a broader story of the moment that we're in.
Yeah, so a few things. They actually arrested him, specifically Enrique Tarrio, several days prior to the Capitol riots taking place because he was planning on going to the Capitol riots and they were keeping a close eye on him. And, they caught him with a bunch of weapons and stuff. And so he got arrested and wasn't, able to attend the riots. There was all sorts of... Obviously, there was a breakdown in the system, if I want to put it in a generous way, regarding preventing those riots from taking place. We've talked about it quite a bit. But with Enrique Tarrio, I mean, this case that he was caught up in, and by the way, he was doing pharmaceutical fraud. He was stealing insulin and relabeling it for resale. That was one of the things he was doing, and that's what he was facing charges for in 2014. But I agree with you. I mean, the FBI, and especially William Barr, during the Trump administration, not only focused on those grow houses, William Barr would try to shut down dispensaries in states that had legalized marijuana for recreational use.
Thanks for watching The Young Person. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm fine.
If you say so.
Guess we're out. What's the plan?
First, we find should be an element. Didn't expect any of this. We just gotta roll.
The door seems to be locked.
stuff how it pertains to Mississippi and I'm really back and one of these between like one of you is like gray area. Okay, I'm saying it's gonna be chaotic good. I've been thinking about the character. I've been thinking about in the Order Circles all these things. So you can see my Genesis videos I did. Go back to Genesis. I did 2 parts about it. I talked about the character bringing down where I think he's going with the remake because he's totally going to be a he is. I had almost 100%. I'm almost 100% positive he's going to be. I mean, I don't feel like his Square Enix is dropping all that. You can say, oh, you're this, you're that. No, I'm not aware. I am. This I think it's going to be catalyst for what's going on. It's following. I feel like Genesis still feels like he's a human. I feel like he still thinks he's not having the various needs. I feel like Genesis is supposed to be this guarded it's just going to sit. And by the end of Crisis Core, it's been revealed that he feels like he's sit back. He's always going to be a hero. That's his thing. He's not overshadowed by Sephiroth. So, if there would be something with Genesis where he sees the future and he wants to be a hero for the team. Yes. All right.
We got it.
Because we know that some stuff Red 13 is closer going to be taken back on human beings are wiped out of these things. I think it's the concept it's saying I'm calling out the prime line. Well, it's a prime line. That's what I'm calling it.
I can't hear what you're saying.
I think there's something over there.
I feel like this is it's been out of it. I feel like it's awakened to
Roger that.
Now, I did see that like what she on Twitter said translates into something like now the rates are like something to that effect instead of we have much work to do. I prefer we have much work to do because it's kind of like it's ominous. It's also kind of ambiguous, right? Is he talking to what does he mean? It flies off. I feel like I said there's a possibility he's talking to Zach. Higher probability he's talking to someone. And I feel like Sephiroth knows everything he knows because Genesis.
You think Cloud's doing okay? He's been acting really weird lately. More than usual. True. But it's Cloud. Things should be fine. But what about you? How are you doing? Huh? Oh, I guess this has to be the mirror, right? There has to be something we can do. Let's Cloud, can you hear me? We found the door. I think we're supposed to just...
Off I go.
Very powerful. dark side, Sephiroth on the dark side. I would look at Genesis like the Joker.
There's no
It's not
conclusion.
going to be crazy.
We don't have the means to go this way.
Where he comes up, how he appears, all that kind of stuff. I feel like he is the villain. Now I feel like he's given Sephiroth knowledge. Plan trusted him. And somehow Sephiroth is two vehicles. We're going to have because I feel like also Genesis always felt like he had a deeper connection to the planet, the life stream, what's going on. And Sephiroth always kind of seemed, even when he was a hero, they portrayed him in Crisis Core, he always seemed cut off from that, right? I think you could read into it that the planet isn't like super accepting of him because they know he was created from the remains of Genova, right? And the ancients within the planet, the Cetra within the planet, are like, no, we don't want anything to do with him. We don't be lending him any kind of power. We don't want Sephiroth to have any kind of power over anything or anybody. Genesis, however, does not have that going on, right? Genesis, he does have Genova cells being a member of Soldier, but he is a human, a natural human. Like, he was experimented on, he's a natural human. I feel like he has a deeper connection to the planet. I feel like the planet's original intent was to use Genesis as a sort of ward, as a sort of sentinel to help protect against the coming storm. But I feel like Genesis is more concerned with being a hero for the people, and he will have the knowledge, and he will share that knowledge with Sephiroth, and that is what's going to blow the story open. Now, I know a lot of people
How can you have...
That's the worst service I ever seen in my life. That LabCorp shit. Shit.
should let Cloud know.
Have you not said you're sorry for taking my mommy away from me? My mommy was the love of my life. I remember that night and it scared me. You are supposed to love people, not hurt and kill them. What you did was mean. You are mean evil people.
The judge sentenced the gunman, Darnell Houston, and the getaway driver, Lamar McKnight, to life in prison without parole. Terry Williams was sentenced to at least 40 years. William Jackson was in the backseat of the mom, Cashmere Jane, shot as she stood outside her car.
You're technically illegal
Alright.
area.
We'll make our way to the central terminal.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Sit tight until you hear from us.
That's correct. So what we have here is that
Research is this.
The cataclysm that came from the stars, Genova. Hojo has devoted half of his life to her study.
I don't give a shit about anything.
The experiments in this facility involve the enhancement of life forms and machines through the application of Genova biological data. Hojo's plan is to pit his subjects against us, thereby facilitating their growth.
So this asshole thinks he can treat us like his experiments.
I know the fate awaits these creations. Let us put them out of their misery. We must first find a passage that leads to the center.
Don't have them on, they'll just basically find them. Get one kind of hearing. Do you have the financial? It's the sentencing day for the woman accused of killing her sister and 5 other people who belong to me. The vehicle was slammed head on into another car on the 63-way in Diamond. Yeah, she was the sole.
Well, Goldthwaite's sentencing, and he joins us live from downtown LA. Dave?
Well, Pat, behind me you can see the lights of the courthouse where all of this drama played out. 30 years for taking 6 lives. A nightmare that has gone on now for more than 4 years.
They walked in and saw us crying, and I told them, they're dead, they're all dead.
Through tears, Mary Mejia addressed the court today, never once looking at Olivia Culbreth, the woman who more than 4 years ago killed Miss Mejia's mother, father, sister, and grandmother.
I saw the windows shattered with my grandmother's wheelchair in the back.
It was a horrific scene, westbound 60 freeway in Diamond Bar. 4:45 a.m., February 9th, 2014. Ms. Culbreth, who was drunk at the time, was driving 100 miles an hour the wrong way before smashing head-on into the SUV occupied by the Mejia family.
I felt like my heart was ripped out of my chest and burned.
The two people in the car with Ms. Culbreth, her best friend and her older sister, died at the scene. Ms. Culbreth, who's confined to a wheelchair now, was the only one who survived the impact.
No word you can say how my heart feels.
Ms. Culbreth is 25. The drunk driving accident occurred 11 days after she had given birth to a baby boy. 3 hours after the accident, her blood alcohol level was 0.15, nearly double the legal limit.
I was so wrong.
When she was 16, she was arrested for drunk driving after causing a collision where no one was hurt.
Her license was suspended for almost 5 years. She had her license for less than a month, then came the wrong way collision.
He always asks when she's coming home. He jumps up on the shelf and tries to move the car.
The mother of Olivia Culbreth, describing the reaction of her son when he's taken to visit his mom in jail. Ms. Culbreth received a term of 30 years. She must serve 25 years before being eligible.
This husband and wife are about to hear life-changing news. They're being
Charged with murder.
That is a charge called homicide felony murder. It is life without parole. It requires a DNA sample to be taken upon arrest.
His mouth drops in shock.
He can't believe what he's hearing. It is life without parole. It requires a DNA sample to be taken upon arrest. His mouth drops in shock. He can't believe what he's hearing. His wife's reaction? She sobs uncontrollably. Tears streak her face. Seth Welch and his wife Tatiana stand accused of an unspeakable crime, starving their 10-month-old baby girl, Mary. The baby was so malnourished she had sunken eyes and cheeks and no pulse when paramedics found her at the Welch home outside Grand Rapids, Michigan. Hours later, Welch posted this message on Facebook. Heart is absolutely shattered. Woke up to Mary dead in her bed this morning. Just numb right now. But an autopsy revealed the cause of death was malnutrition and dehydration due to neglect by adult caregivers. The parents reportedly told police they noticed the baby was both skinny and underweight a month ago, but did not seek medical attention because of their religious beliefs and a mistrust in medicine and the government.
We're gonna do whatever we gotta do.
Welch has also posted more than 100 hours of video on his Facebook page.
This doesn't fit in with my worldly brain.
His Facebook page is filled with bizarre rants against government, the Harry Potter series, and even Disney characters. He also reads from the Bible.
I'd like to start with scriptures.
Now he and his wife are in the worst trouble of their lives, and they just can't believe it.
Fighter at the center of a police manhunt in Hialeah yesterday is back in the news tonight because of his behavior during his first court appearance this morning.
CBS Sports' Ted Scouten live tonight at the Metro Justice Building with the story. Ted.
Weekend Blue normally in bond court, there's very little interaction between the judge and the defendant. Not so today. Police say a man who is mentally ill unleashed on a judge today. The thing was, though, the judge really heard very little of what he had to say.
So you were arrested for burglary to an occupied dwelling. It's from March 22nd of 2017.
It was supposed to be a routine bond hearing for John Chavez. He's been here before.
Good afternoon, sir.
Monday, he was before the same judge on a different charge and was released. Then he was arrested Wednesday in Hialeah, accused of running from police while holding a kitchen knife. Officers were there to serve a restraining order on him, obtained by his mom. That led to a huge search
including several schools being placed in lockdown.
I'm setting at no bond as probable cause for armed burglary. Had a knife in the enclosed area. Sir, I know it's upsetting right now for you.
That was just the beginning. He was about to get much more angry.
Sir, I know you're upset. I'm sorry.
Chavez is a mixed martial arts fighter seen here in the blue shirt. Police tell us he suffers from depression and schizophrenia. He's also bipolar. In court, his outbursts continued even after his attorney turned off his mic.
You'll see Judge Hurst real soon, okay?
Apparently not okay. He got more animated.
Corrections. Can you take him out?
That didn't stop him either. He continued to unleash on Judge Wendy Glazer. She called for security again.
Corrections. Yes, they're coming, Your Honor.
With that, a guard arrived, stepping between Chavez and the camera, trying to get him to leave. He continued to shout, possibly not knowing the mic was off the entire time he was speaking. Finally, the jail guard, with some coaxing, was able to get him to move along.
Okay.
And Chavez is being held tonight with no bond. Live in Miami, Ted Scout, CBS 20.
That's what that means. What I'm saying about what that means. You wear my suit. That's Bryce Rhodes talking to Judge Charles Cunningham. Rhodes is accused of shooting Christopher Jones. This is connected to witnesses 14-year-old Larry Ordway, 16-year-old Maurice Gordon. Rhodes has already been through 2 attorneys. He is now asking for his third one.
We will. See you again.
Refuses to get me off on case we keep having problems. You have some personal against me too. No, sir. I have something personal against not providing you effective assistance of counsel.
Judge Cunningham says he has already called the State Public Defender's Office.
They had struggled to find someone who could represent you, and basically Mr. Griffiths. What they've got.
Rhodes once had to wear a face mask because he spit on an attorney.
I write the Bar Association and the ACLU, you know. I write them, you know. I see what's going on, you know.
Fair enough. Let's get us a date to come back.
No, they're gonna find out though. They're gonna find out real quick.
The exchange angered the grandmother of Ordway and Gordon, who are brothers.
This is going on for 4 years, and nothing's been done.
She later apologized.
The judge he like he said, he wants everything guided. He wants to do it the right. Everything's done the right way, regardless of what Mr. Bryce Rhodes is saying in there.
But she remains frustrated.
He's just playing the system. He's playing them.
What is this place for? There's sadness.
All right, developing right now, a woman arrested and charged with killing her own father in an assisted living facility.
And tonight, some answers about a possible motive behind this family murder.
Not on your sides, Julie O'Neill is digging into this woman's past and her relationship with her own father. Julie, what'd you find out?
Well, 36-year-old Chevelle Richards remains locked up on a $500,000 bond. Detectives say she's been locked up before on a battery charge in Georgia involving a stabbing, and they say she admitted to them she has stabbed her father in the past. Detectives say 36-year-old Chevelle Richards had been wearing this wig for days after killing her father, 63-year-old Johnny Richards. They say they found her at her son's apartment in Coleraine Township.
She was posing as his girlfriend, so there was us in a room, and I brought him in and I said, "Who is that?" And he had to say, "It's my mom."
Family members say Chevelle was always asking everyone for money. Detectives say that's what they found on her.
Cars, cell phones, money, credit cards. She's always asking her father for money. So we believe it is financially driven.
And detectives say family members identified Chevelle after they showed them surveillance video of her in her father's apartment complex. She was the last one seen coming out of his apartment last Wednesday, the last time he was seen.
She had a rag on her left hand, and we did find an injury on her hand.
And detectives say she admitted to stabbing her father previously.
There was a family dispute of some kind or of a dispute among friends, and her dad ended up cut in that incident.
Now, detectives say she did not admit to this killing, but they do believe they have enough for an indictment. At this point, they are still waiting for autopsy results. We'll stay on top of it. Live at the Hamilton County Justice Center, I'm Julie O'Neill. We'll send it back to you.
All right.
You don't want to miss me. Let's get across the clothes.
More than an hour, the jury in convicted killer Robert Martinez's murder trial had their punishment verdict. 99 years in prison.
Martinez killed a man in what prosecutors called an execution-style murder. Paul Venema following this story from the Justice Center.
Nobody deserves to die. Nobody deserves to be executed the way that he executed Steven Serna.
Serna was shot to death in a drainage ditch known as Hamilton's Ditch.
You're straight.
I'll show you what I can do. This one's for you. Get
This one's gonna help me.
vicious attack on a teenage girl outside a library left her paralyzed and blind. Kendrick Morris was supposed to serve 65 years in prison, but an appeals court ordered Morris resentenced because he was a teenager when that crime happened. Well, today, the judge came down even harder on him. Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer is here to explain exactly what happened, Aaron.
Linda, when Kendrick Morris was initially sentenced, the law prevented him from receiving life in prison because he was too young. That law has since been changed, and with Morris's fate back in the hands of a Hillsborough County judge, that judge made a very clear decision.
Life sentences are the only appropriate sentences in this case.
A life sentence for a rapist who left a young woman for dead 9 years ago.
I want to say that it's a victory, but it seems wrong to say that.
Kendrick Morris showed little emotion as the judge read his decision. Afterward, the loved ones of the woman he nearly killed shared a tearful embrace.
I believe justice was served, but in the end, both lives now are sentenced to life.
Life in prison is the outcome Anna Donato wanted for Morris. In 2008, he was 16 years old when he raped and beat Anna's then 18-year-old sister, Queena, outside the Bloomingdale Library, leaving her paralyzed and blind.
I know that she needs a closure.
Closure has been hard to find for Queena, and is something her family keeps praying for, as they did over the weekend. Morris was initially sentenced to 65 years without parole, but an appeals court determined he needed to have the chance for parole because he was a juvenile at the time of the crime and ordered him to be resentenced.
These crimes were particularly atrocious.
Judge Chet Tharp read through Morris's crimes, which include another violent rape in 2007. The judge could have shortened the sentence. Instead, he lengthened it, and he got choked up as he recounted Queena's story.
She was unresponsive. Having suffered major injuries.
Always difficult to relive that day, but it's just a reminder of how horrific the crime was.
That's a reminder Anna gets every day. Not even a harsher sentence for her sister's attacker can change that.
It's not over. It's going to be a lifetime commitment, taking care of my sister.
And a doctor told the judge he thought Morris could be rehabilitated, but the judge clearly didn't agree. Morris will be able to have his case reviewed in 2031. That's 20 years after he was first sentenced. Cynthia?
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
This process was a qualitative process and not a quantitative one. Understanding that process, this court then assigned an appropriate weight to each aggravating factor and determined they are singularly and in combination with each other more than sufficient to justify the sentence of death as to each count of first-degree murder. Having determined that the proven aggravating factors are sufficient, the court then undertook the weight of the proven aggravating factors against the established mitigating circumstances. The court finds that as to each count of first-degree murder considered separately, the proven aggravating factors overwhelm the established mitigating circumstances. Moreover, this court recognizes it must give great weight to the jury's recommendation of death. This court wholly agrees with the jury's unanimous recommendation based on an independent review and assessment of the aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances presented. This court finds the aggravating factors heavily outweigh the mitigating circumstances and that death is the proper penalty for the first-degree premeditated murder of Black Crow and for the first-degree premeditated murder of Kira. The court ratifies that it would impose these sentences irrespective of whether one or more of the aggravated factors were found not to have been proven or sufficient. Marlon Rich Joseph, you have not only forfeited your right to live among us, but under the laws of the state of Florida, you have forfeited your right to live at all. Accordingly, it is hereby ordered and adjudged that, as to count one, for the first-degree murder of Sly Crowell, Marlon Louise Joseph shall be delivered into the custody of the Florida Department of Corrections at the Florida State Prison. You shall be confined there until a date certain selected by the governor of the state of Florida, and on that date you shall be executed in the method provided by Florida law. Shall receive credit for 1,000. As we count two, for the first-degree murder of Kira Marlon Louise Joseph shall be delivered into the custody of the Florida Department of Corrections at the Florida State Prison. You shall be confined there until a date certain selected by the governor of the state of Florida, and on that date you shall be executed in the method provided by Florida law. The sentence for count two shall run consecutively to the sentence pronounced for count one, and therefore there is no credit for time served on count two. As to count three, for being a felon in actual possession of a firearm, Marlon Louise Joseph shall be sentenced to a term of 15 years in prison in the Department of Corrections with a 3-year mandatory minimum sentence. The sentence for count three shall run consecutively to the sentences pronounced in counts 1 and 2. Therefore, there is no jail credit to be awarded on count three. These sentences shall not only run consecutively to others, but also to the sentence announced in case number 2014-2071. The court further imposes all mandatory court costs pursuant to court statute, and those will be rendered as judgment against you. You are hereby notified that this sentence is subject to automatic review by the Florida Supreme Court. Counsel will.
I firmly believe that 5 years ago, God spoke a word to me. God told me, you're not going to die. You're not going to die.
Houston cop killer Anthony Haynes will be executed by lethal injection.
I don't think I'm going to die tomorrow. I don't believe it at all.
I'm Anthony's father, and I love Anthony, and we have a spiritual connection, and I'm going to be there for Anthony until the end.
God, we know that nobody can do anything like you, so God, we pray now by your divine will that this will be that you live a life of living faith, and we know that you're able to come.
Thank you for coming to see us. Good morning. The state of Texas is today prepared.
A rapist convicted. Christopher Anderson heading to prison for
Good evening, I'm John Knoxley. Mallory's on tonight. An Omaha serial rapist is off the streets and on his way to jail for 90 to 100 years. Christopher Ennis attacked and assaulted 7 women over 3 years. One of his victims, a 16-year-old relative. John Chapman was in the courtroom when the sentence was handed down this morning, and he continues our coverage.
Some of the victims in this case asked the judge to impose the maximum sentence. 30-year-old Christopher Ennis was time served. He's 72 years old. He is eligible for parole. In court, the serial rapist talked about how his time in jail was hard on him. How he couldn't celebrate his 30th birthday and how he missed his 6-year-old daughter. Ennis apologized to his victims and to his family for his crime. 2011 until he was caught in 2013. Ennis attacked women as they walked alone in northeast Omaha, dragged into bushes, and then assaulted them. One of his victims, a relative, spoke in court. The victim said, "I don't want a pity party. I don't want tears. I want justice." And she got it. Ennis was sentenced to 90 to 100 years in prison.
He was a predator. There's no question about it. And I think Molly, the prosecutor, accurately described him as somewhat a wolf in sheep's clothing. He didn't appear to be somebody that was dangerous. He would come up from behind these females, grab them from behind, and then obviously this is assault. But if you saw him, you wouldn't necessarily be afraid of him at first glance.
Now this entire community is a little safer with a serial rapist behind bars for at least the next 45 years.
Hopefully we'll never see him out again able to hurt anybody else.
With photographer Davey Burke, John Chapman, WWT 6 News.
Ennis attacked 7 women. His crimes were very violent. One of the victims told authorities that Ennis choked her until she was unconscious. Ennis faced 8 charges, including strangulation. He pleaded no contest to 2 charges of sexual assault, while the other charges were dropped.
He was sentenced to 50 years in prison for brutally beating a toddler last year. 20-year-old Dustin Armstrong pleaded guilty to multiple acts of child endangerment. Class B felon. Then Jordan is back here.
Kevin, it was a very emotional hearing for Armstrong, the victim's mother, and family and community members on both sides.
The man sitting here today is not the one I want to do. He is not the one I saw him going to. He is a coward. And forgiveness is not an option for me.
After everyone had their chance to speak in the Buffalo County courtroom, it was Dustin Armstrong's chance to say something about what he'd done. Last April, police found 2-year-old Brayden Young unconscious in his Ottumwa home with a broken jaw and extensive brain damage. Armstrong admitted in Monday's hearing that he grabbed Brayden's jaw and slammed his head against a wall. Doctors told Brayden's mother they thought he was going to die. Brayden has made a remarkable recovery, but his mother says he will likely face challenges from the media for his entire life.
Being betrayed by the man I was with for nearly 3 years brought me into the deepest pain I ever knew.
When Judge Joe Yates gave the guilty sentencing, Armstrong lost control of his emotions, dropped his head in his hands and cried.
I was wondering if the island thinking about what he's done.
Tears were shed throughout the courtroom, some of joy as justice was served, others of pain as who had their watching their son leave prison.
I remember this open arms, kisses and hugs. That's what I see when I see justice. I don't see a monster.
Armstrong originally told officers that Brayden had a seizure while he was in a potty training chair, fell to the ground, and was unresponsible, so the truth came out today. For Brayden, his incredible recovery keeps getting better. He can eat, speak, and walk on his own now, and his mother told us all these things were said to have been impossible. Kevin.
Thank you very much.
Now at 11:20, it bruised. A father catching a TV set with any act of sexually assaulting his son.
I got him in a bloody puddle right now, officer.
That father faced with an unimaginable situation. Good evening, everyone. I'm James Stewart.
And I'm Wendy Ryan. Social media tonight buzzing about a dad taking justice into his own hands to protect his 11-year-old son.
For our top story, the bottom of Israel is more. Alex.
Well, at this very hour, the story has been shared more than 1,000 times on our Facebook page, with folks speaking out overwhelmingly in support of the father who took matters into his own hands when he caught the alleged abuser he trusted as his son's babysitter. A beaten and bruised Raymond Frolander stood before a judge and didn't say a word during his first appearance in court. Daytona Beach police arresting Frolander for sexually assaulting an 11-year-old boy. His face severely bruised after the boy's father caught him in the act and then beat him unconscious. This phone call to 911 happened shortly after.
I just walked in and found a grown man molested. And I got him in a bloody puddle for you right now, officer.
Okay, sir, you discovered that he has been sexually abusing him in your home. You know, father did what father had to do.
Police found Frolander motionless on the floor of the apartment where the sexual battery occurred. First responders had to take him to the hospital to be checked out.
I can't get an ambulance. He's gonna need one. Were there any weapons involved? My fist and my foot?
Police say the victim told them Frolander had been assaulting him since he was 8 years old.
You think to yourself, here's a young man whose innocence was taken away from him. You know, 8 to 11-year-olds should be outside riding the bike and playing video games.
Frolander did not receive a bond and will stay in jail for this life. Investigators are making sure. And get this, police and Frolander admitted the victim reportedly saying, "I'm guilty of anything." Reporting live on the news at Thompson ABC.
Tonight in a violent crime spree, the #1 man dead and many lives challenged. Today, the man who admitted to committing those crimes brought up the price he'll pay. We hear the emotion from the man who killed their atomic defense.
A murder victim wife was not a physical clear. And guilty sentenced Shane Thompson to 110 years in prison. The now 19, Shane Thompson did it with 9-year-old. And God, the September 25th, 2013 robbery attempt. He was together located on the road for years. Word murder being less than 3. The same day, Thompson also that after broke into the home of this woman and sexually assaulted her while running inside. They don't identify her. She wanted to tell her story and how it affected her son. Suicide On his way back to jail, I asked the defendant what he was going to do for the next 110 years. He told me, I didn't like him again. There were times I can't see this.
Derek, thank you. 2 other people are charged with taking part in that crime spree. Janai Hudson and Ryan Clark were sentenced on October 10th.
Very dramatic day in court, as nothing.
What's going on, guys? My name's Ty Knots, and welcome to the Top 5 Unknowns. 5 shocking inmate reactions, Part 2. Number 5. For this first one, the case was kept relatively private, so there isn't a whole lot of information surrounding it. However, 19-year-old Andy Rodriguez was sentenced to 30 years in prison back in 2013. His sentence was given after he was found guilty of sexual assault of a deaf woman from Bakersfield. He only got away with the crime too, though traces of his DNA was found in the crime scene, definitively tied to the assault. Take a look at his reaction as the sentencing was read. It was the outburst that shocked the world.
Right. Checks like you want to see it again. Tears in his eyes, Rodriguez yelled with panic, calling him Rodriguez's previous arrest for acts of violence were nothing sexual. His family feels a sentence to be extreme.
Don't be their life. No, look. I believe there's nothing wrong. They should have dated him. There's nothing wrong with it. You know about me, God.
Conversation. Rod and Stone helped to profit from this
Video was posted on YouTube. During his sentencing in court, Stone made an apology, yet wouldn't take responsibility, claiming his escapade on drugs. He asked the judge to give him a break. That didn't happen. Stone was sentenced to 160 years in prison. Those angels up there actually put down the trick of God, and he almost died. Stone struck him while he was caught in drugs. Stop sticks. The common word is and I want to continue to be able to do so. You make your return to flying what you do. There's no one else. A monster who fought from the sky, ending with a career criminal, no, but prison. This guy's a mess. He's on us now.
never grow tired of watching my toys be broken, no matter how many times I've seen it happen.
forget about it for now.
What's wrong, Gabriel? What's wrong? Alex, what? Alex. You don't want to eat. You're starved. Please. Wow. Relax.
film.